did you become a VTuber? Today. Duck. Oh! Oh, I'm saying that I wouldn't tell you a secret because you tell everybody. You right, though. Ew, look at all the gross goopy goops. Whatever the frick they are.
Oh, look at him! What a chunk!
It is what you call a plastic in the shape of a long tubular stick. You mean a straw? Oh. Help me. Help me, friend! So how quickly am I gonna die if I just walk out into the...
Don't fight me! We're not supposed to move!
Wait for me, guys! Wait! Hey! Wait for me! Wait! Well, frick, step on me. Don't impede our vacationing or blow up these islands. I will stab you.
Yeah!
Do I dare look at this? Long arm's gonna come and find his way in. I don't think I'm there, right?
Okay, I'm there! I'm there! Oh my gosh, tiny hole! Wait!
It always bothers me when there's no shampoo by a kitchen sink. Wait, what did I say? Did I say soup? Did I say soup instead of soap? Shampoo? What's worse? Shampoo? Please tell me I said soap this time.
I said shampoo! No!
We come! Like this? You want me to stop looking at you like this? Good spooks tonight? Ah! Are we okay? Are we safe? Does his arms reach into here? Ah! Oh my gosh. You know what I do want? I want tits. The Twitch integrated throwing system. Roses are red, violets are blue. Omae wo no shinderu. Nani? Oh, you slut! This is my first limited character constellation. Shut up! It's been a little bit tiring. What the? I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm dead! Why am I not dead? Why am I not dead? Why am I not dead?
Say hello to my little friend.
What the balls? Are you kidding me?
Oh.
Has already managed to make contact with the divine.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Big traveler. Big traveler. Get down! You don't know what to do. Hello! How's everyone doing today? I hope you guys are all doing well. Hope you're having a good Thursday. As I'm still getting some stuff set up. Apologies I did not stream yesterday. I really needed a rest day. So thank you for your patience. But we're here today for more Genshin. And I'm very excited.
Mode.
It's really weird because this entire time while I've been setting up, Lynette's been talking in the background. And it's been very off-putting a little bit because I'm not used to just having characters stand still. Because I wanted to show up. I just wanted to have her be able to do her idle animations because they're fun. But the thing is, she'll say stuff. So I'll be like working on stuff and then I'll hear a voice suddenly. I'll be like, who? Where? So it's been a little unnerving. Hi, Flair. Also, hi, Rebel. How are you guys doing? I hope you guys are all having a good Thursday today. So actually, we should be able to just hop right into the Archon quest pretty quick. I did
Now it's time
all
for a short
of
rest.
my dailies and I made all my resident to condensed resin, so we should be good to go. Guess what? What? Tell me. I do want to talk to you guys for a little bit though before we just hop right into it because I want to see how you guys are doing. While we're here, I will say, I have slowly worked on my Lynette. I do want to eventually ascend her to be able... I want to do her final ascension, but in order to do that, I need more mechs. Or mechas. And I haven't had time to grind that. And her talents, they're at 6 and 7. I would like to get these up to 8 because I've actually really enjoyed using Lynette. So I would like to work on her a little bit more. And to do that, I need to get her talents up. But again, have not really had the time to grind as of late. But I mean, she's usable. She's really, really fun. She is so fun. I know, right? Also, hi, Kimmy. Thanks for stopping by. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. In other news, well, we just catch up for a little bit before we hop right into the quest. I finally got D-Luke to friendship level 10, so I don't have to worry about him anymore. He can stay at level 22.
Seems like the story's
I'm getting on a genre kick with a specific movie type. What type of movie? Doing okay, waiting for D&D? Oh, I hope D&D goes well today. I hope it goes well. That's exciting. Oh, dude, also, so I have been uploading shark movies. Really? That's an interesting type. That is a specific movie type to get into. Also, so if you guys haven't noticed, I have been uploading more frequently, or at least trying to the main channel. I'm doing highlights of my like a condensed version of my reactions to the Fontaine Archon quests. So if you ever miss a session, I will be uploading those there. I know there's only 2 videos out right now. I've actually edited 4 videos total, so there's actually 2 more. But I'm still working on a few things, so hopefully we could get those out soon. You know, I'm just testing a few things. Jaws, the Meg, and my new favorite shark movie. Which shark movie? I don't know if I personally like shark movies, but I mean, there's definitely a movie type for that, and some people love those types of movies. As I'm walking alongside this, whoops, in the water I go. Yeah, poor D-Luke. But I have the name card. Also, so, there's this fountain, right? The Fountain of Lucine. And I got, like, the tutorial just a while ago being like, oh, you can drop sigils in there, and you can get stuff. But because the Archon quest is literally right there, I haven't been able to deposit anything. So, hopefully I'll be able to get to do that. Okay. So a quick recap of where we are on the Archon quest. I did start Act 2, but I didn't get very far in it. So last time we finished up the trial for Linny and Lynette, and then afterwards, Navia came up to us and was like, "Oh, you guys don't want to help? Well, that's fine. I was hoping we could have another meal together." And we're like, "Well, yeah, we could have another meal." Yep. So we had another meal, and then after that, I was like, "Okay, that's actually a good stopping point." Which actually reminds me, I did update the rules a little bit. So if you want to refresh your memory on the rules, I hope I articulated everything right, but they should be down below. All right. So yeah, that's where we are. Navia said that we could, I believe the next part is, she told us that the Hydro Archon should be around here, and we are going to try to meet up with the Hydro Archon. I believe that's where we're at in the Archon quest, is that we had our meal with Navia, and we're like, okay, we need to talk to the Hydro Archon, which I'm assuming it's about our sibling. So, and Navia said, oh, she should be around the square at this time if you guys don't want to, like, wait for an appointment.
Disturbs me.
So that's where we currently are. Oh, let me actually register this so that I can just automatically navigate. My goal is I want to try to get the entire, I want to try to get all of Act 2 done today, but we'll see how far I get. But I actually just, like... Oh, there we go.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
Hello?
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Yes, and it was clearer than it was during the day.
That's kind of spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Vache. Vache.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the water.
I can feel strong emotions. Things are getting a little blurry.
Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kind of hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right? Hey, traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Oh. Whoa! Where is this?
Vache, are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is?
I'm afraid not. I'm sorry, who are you?
Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
You were once human?
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who has lost their form.
You lost your form.
I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim.
Oh! Oh, that's some creepy implications. Oh no. Okay, let me take time to look at chat real quick. Cassandra, hi! Welcome! It's called Bait, where a group of people get trapped in a food market, a car parking lot after disaster. Disaster was a tsunami. 12-foot great white shark got trapped in one of the market. Was another shark. Oh, wow! Yeah, that sounds a little terrifying, for me at least. Okay, so it seems like the light blue water seems to be referring to the primordial water that we talked about last time, I think. That's my first thought, because that was blue-ish. Could she be one of the girls who were dissolved?
I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me. And I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. I never knew how heavy it could be.
So you need me to find him?
No. Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember.
I believe it'll be hard for him to forget you.
Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing.
As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, did he cause it?
If only I could have comforted him. Told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
Vache was a witness to the fact you dissolved. I mean, sure, witness, but I don't know. He didn't say anything. He didn't report anything. It feels off. He was a witness?
Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety.
It seems that after the body is dissolved, some measure of the consciousness still remains.
I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think.
That Paimon? Alright, I wonder how much time has passed in reality. Before I click ahead, this is very interesting, because I think I read somewhere, and I can't remember where, but a lot of Oceanids have left Fontaine since, like, the new Hydro Archon came to be, and that they didn't like the new Hydro Archon. So now, there's weird implications that people are turning into Oceanids! Or Oceanids. That's how it's supposed to be pronounced. I've been saying Oceanid for, like, ever. Apologies.
Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, Tell him not to seek me out any longer.
Oh, hi. Whoa, what's going on? Oh, jeez!
Navia's outnumbered!
Oh, jeez! What happened?
Demoiselle, look out!
What happened?
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand? Quick, now's our chance!
Oh my gosh! What happened? I took a nap and
I
suddenly...
should thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, Demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Interesting. I'm so taken aback. Okay, so she touched a little bit of a nerve there. That's fascinating. Whew. Oh my gosh. I was not expecting that to happen. We just got out, talked to Oshi, and it just being like, oh yeah, things were terrible. And then it like came back and there was war going on. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That was so sudden. Also, okay. Hi, Arrow. Thanks for stopping by. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Sorry I didn't respond. I've been trying to focus on cutscenes. Flair, let me read your message. Like, became live Shark Bait. Ever shared a silly chat? Saving others. The dog is a great movie. Sounds like it was fun. Glad you had fun with it. Okay, I need more details. Give me all this. Give me all the tea. Tell me everything. The one Mario Bros. Wonder Direct. Oh yeah, I watched it earlier. Give me all the tea, everybody.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful.
Ooh.
Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law.
That also partially explains your actions, like half and half. Protect Navia. And then also, they weren't lost, so you're like, whatever.
I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clarand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
I know this is a serious scene, but your comment, Flair, that button on her shirt is holding up for a dear life. Sorry. That caught me off guard. That button's just there like, hold fast, everybody! We will not yield! Hi. Dang. It was awesome to actually get to see her.
I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clarand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's...
What just happened?
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clarand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Thanks for the rescue, Navia.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast.
Aww.
As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Ooh.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
Oh!
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky.
Wait. I thought it tasted strange as well, but I couldn't be sure.
Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
Did someone try to poison us, or an equivalent to that?
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Oh my gosh! They tried to dissolve us!
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Oh my gosh!
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
That was an insane coincidence? Question mark? That we happened to do that? If that even is a coincidence? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, they tried to dissolve Navia. I mean, we'll... I can't stop being suspicious of everything and everything, but we'll say it's true for now.
Huh. Really?
Fortunately, Paimon, neither of us are from Fontaine. Otherwise, we would have been.
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. But whoever did this left no trace at all.
Dang, that's insane.
That's when I figured out that you might be in danger and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Well, it can't be coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. She said that she heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too, but it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
According to Lynette, the ability to hear voices like that has to do with one's sensitivity to the hydro element.
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
I also gained some new intel.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Well, let's hear it, shall we?
The voice in the fountain belonged to one of the missing women. A person named Vache was a witness when she dissolved.
Oh, that is important. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene.
Yep, whatever his involvement is, he was there.
But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened?
We should try searching for him.
Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate.
All right, partner. Yes! All right, partner.
Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Messing with us will cost them. This will prove to be their biggest mistake.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Oh, that's nice. Wow. Wow. Before we leave. We actually put something in here. Yep. Offer, please. Yay, it sparkled. It went up to level 9. Whoops! Let's just get everything here and we'll just be on our merry way. Also, Saul trying to assassinate Lumine. I get it, I think. Woo! Alright, how many of these do I have? 9. Okay. So we gotta go to the stronghold. Doesn't look like it's underground. So up here we go. Dang, I'm almost
saying some strange things again. It's really worrying.
It's strange. It's one of those things where like what I found out that they almost like we drank it. It's like, oh, we could have dissolved if we were Fontaine. From Fontaine. And I'm like, that doesn't really bother me. What bothers me most is that they were trying to dissolve Navia and that way. I'm like, that is so freaky and messed up.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, Traveler.
We get to go underground. I went in my own spare time and got all of the waypoints in Fontaine so far, so I have been down here, and honestly, I love the dichotomy between the two areas. I hope that's the right word to use in this situation. The vibe, I love the different feelings of each area. Whee! Oh. Whee! Whee! Okay, so if we just head over this way, then... Also, I love... This is such a minor detail and it's really hard to hear, but I love the feet sound on some of like the metals areas in here. You can kind of hear it in like climbing the robots in Sumeru too. That sound, I love it so much. I went too far this way. Here we are.
Talk to Malus. The
Is he somewhere down below? Looks like it. Also, the like distant jazz vibes from this area, I absolutely love. It also partially reminds me of BioShock. I mean, I keep saying like this features of this game remind me of other features in other games, and I think that's totally fine, by the way, because all the things I've mentioned so far are things that I have loved in the past, and it just makes me happy to see it featured in other types of games. So it's not a bad thing when I make a comparison. It makes me happy to see more stuff like that.
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Thank you so much for my expectations. Thank you.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Your father... He was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right? How did he...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand.
Oh, I'm excited. I was about to be like, you don't have to tell us if you don't want to, but at the same time, I am immensely curious, Navia. Girl's got trauma. It seems like there's something going on, especially with Clorand to, like, bring up her father and for her to have a very strong reaction to it. There's definitely something there.
My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend.
Oh.
But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
It does seem quite odd. Do you have any clues as to why?
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records.
It is definitely interesting, because, like, if we think of him as innocent, then his actions are peculiar, but his actions are very similar to what how someone may act if he was guilty. But if Navia firmly believes that he is not guilty of that, then his actions are definitely odd. Interesting way to go.
However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me.
Oof.
And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Man, that is rough. Seeking the truth for the sake of your family. You know, we're quite alike in this regard.
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
I thought we were going to say more.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Yeah.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
Man, yeah, that's very much like the internet. I wasn't gonna say that, Flair. This is very much the internet, too. Yeah. Also, hi, Quentin. Thank you so much for stopping by. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Like, man. This does bring up a point that I think I mentioned earlier when we were watching Fontaine, is how, like, it just... The whole, like, people watching the court process, I think can be a good thing, but the way that they are currently treating it, it does make it feel like it's more of a show than, like, you know, actual lives on the line. People are acting like it's a drama instead of realizing that these are people. It is people. Which, again, I do think is something that the internet often forgets, is that all these terrible things we're hearing about online, or good things, though they are other people. Everybody's behind everything. There's a human being. Reminds me of news outlets. That too. Especially when they just decide to make articles to get clicks, when the headlines don't even match the context of the articles. It does feel like that. Treat everything like a show. The unfortunate thing is, though, is that it does work. It does make people more interested in the topic. And in some ways, I think it does serve a purpose to help people get more involved. But then there's the extreme side where if it's done too much, then people aren't going to realize the gravity of situations. Good washing dishes at work. I hope it's going well. All right, let us continue.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
Oh, no wonder Navia didn't like her during that time.
Her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him?
No wonder the mood was a little strange between the two of you.
Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Ms. Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
That's fair.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Afterward, Ms. Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety.
Then that indicates he intended to die in that duel.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right, anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end.
No, it's all right. I understand how important this is to you.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah, Paimon's beat.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
Dang. Oh boy. Okay, let's rechat. Real quick. Everybody likes drama, but there's an appropriate place for it. In the theater, yes. In the courtroom, no. But what happens when your courtroom is the theater? That is true. That's very true. Fontaine is treating it like that. And in some ways, because full disclosure, I have actually watched courtroom trials before. I do think that it is okay for a little bit of drama storytelling in the courtroom, if only for the sole purpose of making sure that the jury and or judge can follow along with what the evidence is presenting. Because sometimes courtroom proceedings can be really freaking boring. So I think a little bit works, but as soon as it becomes over dramatized and it's missing the point and it's doing this to not like doing it in a way where it ignores the actual lives that are affected by it, then that's where the issue comes from, in my opinion. So yes, I do think making it overly dramatic for a courtroom setting, like it is being done in Fontaine, it doesn't sit well with me. It really doesn't. Inspired Sensory France, inspired the Ace Attorney and the internet. So far, seems like it. But yeah, there is a time and place for drama. And I think a little bit can be helpful, but as soon as you ignore the people's lives that are affected by it, then that is where the issue comes from.
All right. Silver, do you have anything to say?
Whether it be responsibility for Spina di Rosula or Master Callus's death, it all landed on Demoiselle's shoulders so suddenly. This won't do. I must become stronger.
Aw, man. Navia's got some good people following her. I'm happy for her. Time to rest. A peaceful night passes under the Spina di Rosula's protection.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe. Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
Oh.
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vacher.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
Oh no.
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
I don't know how you could do it. Sleep's so important.
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vacher person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept.
Ooh.
If the Oceanid you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you.
I mean, it also makes sense.
In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we?
Oh.
Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
Do you want to talk about why you're hesitant? Or do you want to keep it to yourself? Okay, you're keeping it to yourself. I see. I understand. We won't. Okay, sure. That's fine. I will say I did get the feeling that we were supposed to know who these people were. Do you mean like Navia's dad and stuff? Chief Justice is a good non-man. Definitely seems a little interesting. We don't know anything yet, but I have suspicions. I did see one person mention something online.
The Palais is right up ahead. Come on.
And I'm curious. Okay, so we just go in there?
Hello? I'm here to look at case records, sir. Could you please let me in, please? 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 Okay, I'm in. Ow!
Netflix for trying to pry. But I'm curious! I really have no idea who the organization Navia represents does. Yeah, it definitely... I think it does seem like that, but I think it depends on how people play it. Like, maybe there's NPCs that you talk to in the area that can give you more details. But I think I've also gathered it from context clues. But we'll see. Nouvellette? 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 Hello? Point. How do we know?
Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters. Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Nervalet's files are really secure.
I mean, they have to be.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Oh.
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Oh, he's in there.
Thanks so much.
Okay. Oh, books! To me, it seems like PI-ish. Yeah, it does kind of seem like private investigators a bit. I also got... Okay, this is gonna sound weird, but I think it's just because of Melus and Silver. I also get, like, Mafia or Yakuza vibes from them, but, like, the Robin Hood type. If that makes sense. Where they're like, we're going to help these people. Like, they seem helpful instead of shady. But who knows? Maybe they are actually shady. Sea Bunny Lady sounds so much like Maya from Glitter Force. I've never watched Glitter Force, so I don't know. But there's a chance. They get a lot of voice actors for this game. Monsieur Nouvellette?
Please come in.
Okay. Hi. Wow, your office is quite grand, sir.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
He's so nice and accommodating. I would love to get a hug from him. That's the feeling I get from him.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
He seems like someone who could possibly give good hugs. That's the feeling.
Unfortunately,
Did someone take the case file?
I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years.
Ooh.
There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Okay, I guess that's that. So we're back to square one.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right, then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Aww.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel?
Oh my gosh! Whoa, 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 Navi, wait. Ah! I don't know what to do. I want to hug her. I want to hug him. Everyone here deserves a hug. Everyone's going through stuff. Also, new tier animation. Whoa. But also, what do I do? What do I do here?
Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Okay. Okay, sure. Ooh.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Rain. It's raining.
That's interesting.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
Uh-huh. Yep. Ahem. So, because, you know, people have talking on the internet. I have heard a few things. So it is very interesting that it's raining after that, interaction. Mm-hmm. So peculiar. Okay.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
Oh no! Oh no! I don't want to say anything because it technically hasn't been officially talked about. But we can all agree on the subtext that is going on here, right? We can all agree on like the implications of this, right? I don't want to say it yet. But we can all agree that there's that, you know. Do I say it? I don't know. Ah! Well, we can all agree that, you know, I don't know why I decided to treat this as something where, like, we can't talk about it. Shh. but here we are. We know.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Your father's case. Was he outside when it happened?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
But there was something you didn't know at the time.
Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
The fact that people can be turned into water.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the rain? Yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
I mean, I don't think I have anything going on. Let's go.
Great. Let's go then.
All right, here we go. I did get the teleport for this area, but I didn't actually go inside to check out Poisson. So, this will be my first time actually, like, seeing it in detail. I literally just got the teleport and then just yeeted myself out of there. Like, okay, cool, I got it. So let's see what this little town has to offer.
Whoa, what a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common.
Oh. Okay, so your father did this. Taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. Are you saying that this design is also up your alley? Or are you saying that you disagree with it? I missed the... I forgot already what you have said. Also, welcome back, Quentin.
A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
I see. I see. Okay, so it's the ship. Okay. I'm starting to get why you like it.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Alright. We gotta go to the ship, it looks like. And there's a Hydroculus? Somewhere nearby. I think she's saying that she wants to be a sky pirate. That would be amazing! Navia, I would love to be a sky pirate with you. You also had the taste of justice in common. Yep, seems like. It seems so. You definitely had to get it from somewhere. But now that Paimon's seen this for herself. That's such a mood, though. Why is it so grossly textured? Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. Ew, 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 ew. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Ugh. Ugh, I hate it. Ugh. Look, please, look at the fishy. I don't want to. Yeah. Ew, it's just... Ew! Ew! Do not approach the fish? What? Is it alive? Gosh, no, please don't let it be alive. There's no way it's alive. I hate... Okay, I can look at this now. Now that its face is not in the way. Ew. This is... Yvette, I hate to tell you this. I hate your outside decor. Alright, have a good day. Not alive, just messing with you. No worries. Hi, Ram. Thanks for stopping by. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Hope things are going well for you. We are currently doing the Archon quest for Genshin.
Yep.
Which, man, it really started off with a bang.
Okay.
You're gonna hate the underwater world quests. I did actually, hold on. I did actually do this quest. So I have done that one. There were definitely moments where it was a little unnerving, but you know what? It's fine. It is easier to go underwater now that I know, what to expect. So it is easier to go underwater now. But as soon as it's like, oh, here's a giant fish thing, I'm like, nope. We must press on, we must. Maloose!
Maloose, we're back.
Hello?
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Maloose? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could the mastermind be the same person?
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson.
Synth?
At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Oh.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea.
I see.
If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance.
Yeah! So this was this legal? I guess it was. It was just handed out willy-nilly? That's terrifying. So thanks for the hydrate. Can't find my spare 3DS to fix my main 3DS so I can work on a project. But other than that, I'm fine, I guess. Glad to hear you're fine. Sorry to hear that you're sick, though. I hope you feel better. Fontaine said, I expected to get a pet version of that little guy. Oh, like Anne? The little Oceanid? I hope so. I have a feeling that there's going to be more quest lines with that character later. So maybe when we get more, maybe it'll be a reward for all of them in the end. All right. Now just continue.
As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard.
Oh.
We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
So they could have belonged to someone who got dissolved?
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
Maybe your father got into an argument with Jacques? Oh, excuse me, Jacques? But it's also possible that the third person was to blame.
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Malus.
I was about to say, this whole thing definitely reeks of, like, things were kept in the dark until Navia was ready to know for herself, possibly. Or at least that's the implication. It could be something else. But, like, when Malus was basically like, hey, I know this means a lot to you, but you should turn back, it definitely had that air of, like, I know something, but I'm going to use this as a test, maybe, to see where you are at, to see where your resolve is at, and see if you're ready to hear this. Or it could just be nothing, but that was definitely an implication.
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Multiple times, some people have tried to disappear Navia.
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live, and the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict, but once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina de Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
Well, until today.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
He gave you the choice to live how you want.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced.
Ooh.
Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Ooh, this is interesting. But I realize I haven't read chat in a bit, so let's read. Cracking down on drugs. Come to Fontaine. We have an unruly child, magic cat, twins, fish people, a kind mob boss, and murder. It's like that Hi, I'm Daisy, like, comic dub of Persona 4, where the guy, the freaking Adachi's like, speaking of that, who wants to talk about murder? That thought comes to mind when it's like, come to Fontaine. We have a child, unruly child, magic cat, twitch, fish people, a mob boss, and murder! Yay! That's the tone I got.
Okay.
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people.
Dang, you've been doing this in the background the whole time?
The first
Whoa.
is Florent, Spina de Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
What's this confrérie?
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today.
I wonder what their thoughts are on this situation.
If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Aw, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner.
Leave it to me.
I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
Woo! Okay, cool.
Gotta go. Good luck with D&D, QB. Hope it goes well. Thanks for stopping by.
Okay. Callus case records. 3 years ago, on a rainy night, banquet goers heard 2 gunshots outside the house. When they reached the scene, Callus had a gun in his hands, and Jacques had been shot and slain. Based on the investigations done then, there was no possibility that anyone else could have done the deed and escaped, and Callus was thus adjudged to have been the culprit. All right.
Time to investigate. Woo! Cat! Oh, look at the little kitty. Look at the little kitty. Hello, kitty.
Can I actually, go up here? I can. Can I go in here? Hold the case files. Yup. We got it. So I have mystery for quite a bit, and I do need to take a quick break. So we're gonna take a quick, 5 to 10 minute break. Oh, this is not aligned. Hold on. This is not aligned. Is this aligned? Oh, that's not aligned. Oh my gosh. Okay. That'll have to do. Okay. We're gonna take a quick 5 to 10 minute break. So this is a good time for you guys to stretch your legs and get some water and do anything else you gotta do. Hold on, can I? Okay. Cool. That'll be fine, right? That'll be fine. Yeah. We'll be back in just a few minutes. I gotta get some water too. So we'll be back in 5. Oh geez, got to do this. Okay. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes, 5 or 10 minutes. All right. I just realized Okay, baby!
Hello.
I'm back. I hope you guys had a good break. Hope you stretched your legs a bit and got a drink or did anything else you had to do. I hope you did all this stuff.
Welcome back. Thanks. Hi.
I have refilled my water, so it is time to investigate, to actually try to be smart and investigate things. Is gonna be interesting. That's for sure. Okay, let's head back in. Let me unmute this, and I think I'm actually gonna skip this song. Wait. Sorry, that song that played, it's in my playlist of like break music, but it's the end song. Like literally, that's the next song that appeared on the playlist. This playlist has a ton of hours in it, and we somehow got the ending theme. Okay, but we're not ending. We're hopping back in and doing investigating. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, I need to do this, and then go back into the game, and boom. All right, time to investigate. So, we gotta talk to Jacques' family. Also, is there a hydroculus? Hydroculus nearby? Can't see. Am I blind? Whoop. Oh. Oh. Don't know where it is. I guess. Oh. Oh, time to talk to Jacques' family. Let's see what we can find. It goes up? Oh, it's up there, probably. Okay. Let's see. I haven't navigated this area yet, so I don't quite know how to make my way around here, but it looks like I just got to go up this way. Oh, I hate it. Okay. This way. Ah, frick. Nailed it. Hi.
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Oh, this kid seems mad. Yep, very mad.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
Well, let's not bother her for now.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you. And to all of us.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, He told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
Okay, so this is fascinating. Does that mean someone orders Jacques to take out Callus? Actually, little girl, she does. It is different circumstances, but yes, they are very more similar than I think the kid realizes. Someone ordered Jacques to take out Callus?
I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callus had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man, right?
Yeah, Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons, regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
Aww.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Testimony from Jacques' family. Jacques' family believes that he had struggled greatly with the order to kill Callus. Did Callus act in self-defense, or was there more to the incident? He definitely, at the very least, knew something was going on.
I'll leave my husband's case to you.
Thank you, Miss Spina, and Miss Spina's friend.
No problem, guys.
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way, so please don't worry.
You want us to walk on the way? Do you need more time? All right, I guess we'll just keep going. What's up?
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
Oof.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation.
It is an interesting explanation as well.
Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
It's very possible.
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything, once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Information regarding Flora. Florin, the advisor of the Spina de Rosula, claimed that he was very grateful to Callus for his kindness. He was also present at the banquet on the day of the case and can provide evidence that Callus did not carry a gun with him when he went out.
Nobody disturbs me.
I have like a weird crack theory with this. My current crack theory is that... So there were 2 gunshots, right? So one... This is gonna sound weird. This is gonna sound buck wild. My current theory is one was for Jacques, 1 bullet, and then the other bullet is for the actual murderer. And then that bullet somehow had primordial water inside, and then it dissolved. It doesn't quite make sense, I will admit, but it's my current thoughts. There is supposedly... Oh, Hydra. Can I grab that? Wrong buttons. Oh gosh, wrong buttons. Wrong buttons. Okay. Now we gotta go to Fontaine, it looks like. Hello? Oh, hi! Thierry.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Excuse me. Thierry.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've got news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the Guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callus did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these 2 friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
I just saw your message, Blair. That is a crack theory. It certainly is! It's a bit outlandish, but it's my current. It's what I got.
Ah, yes. These 2 are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
I mean, I was gonna say, like, I confront it with this? Maybe we keep it a secret just in case, but this is certainly a way to go about it.
Welcome back, Quinn.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them.
Oh.
If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Interesting that you mentioned how they're not cheap. So you know how much they would cost for a private thing. Buddy, I may be looking into this too much, but buddy, how would you know?
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Alright, information regarding Thierry. Thierry is a person responsible for official contact between the Spina di Rosula and the guards. According to him, only the sufficiently rich can privately own large numbers of Gardamex. Alright.
I'll see what I can do for you in Spina di Rosula when it comes to guard stuff, but don't go advertising it to everyone else.
Okay, fine, sir. This is fine. This is fine. It's fine.
I could be looking into this too much, but that's just such a... Maybe it could be excused as like, oh, because he knows guard stuff, he understands like how much they cost because he's involved in working with them. It still feels off. She's not very subtle. Yeah, Navia is very bold like that, it seems.
Hello. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure. I will let him know right away.
It's true, robots are expensive, but man.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive.
Oh, thank you.
To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
How does it remind you of the case right away?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabriere will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
Yeah, after you saw what happened, I'm interested. Okay, let me look at chat. Biggies works that I'm sure you've seen plenty of shipments to the police station, but that's the thing. Just seeing shipments doesn't indicate price, in my mind. You can receive a package and not know how much it cost. Poisson? There is an area named Poisson for fish. I think there's a dog that we ran into when we first started this game that was literally called Baguette. I kind of love the names that they've chosen for this area. All right.
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
One gunshot?
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Did you say you only heard one gunshot? Well, he did say his memory's foggy, but still. Marcel's the leader of the Confrérie of Cabriere. Cabriere. Sorry, I think I botched that. Was the organizer of the banquet years prior. Confrérie and the Spina de Rosula have always maintained a close working relationship. Though his recollection of the events of the case is quite foggy, he is willing to defend Navia. So it doesn't have it written that he heard a gunshot. So maybe it's not as important as I think it is. If I had an orange dog, I would be highly tempted to name it Baguette. I know, it's such a good name. French, nobody blames you. It sucks. I wish I was better at pronouncing names. Like, a lot of the... I'm really bad at pronouncing names, but I'm gonna try to do my best. Okay. It says... Oh, wait, do we go up here? Do we go up here? Okay, let me climb up the stairs.
Step on us!
I wish names were easy to pronounce. I just wish I was better at speaking. I'm so bad at talking, guys, as you may have all noticed. It doesn't matter the name of origin, I will always struggle with it, I feel like.
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
Yeah, none of them really stood out as a suspect. I disagree. But...
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start?
Jacques' motive.
Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
If it was Jacques, it would... Wait, if I was Jacques, I wouldn't have fired a shot at all.
Oh? And why is that?
Could he guarantee his safety after killing Callus? Could he guarantee his family's safety after killing Callus?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
Huh. So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the Order and seek protection from my father.
Seems the third person was the one who derailed everything.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory.
I can't! Okay, sorry. Better than Fantasy China where I literally can't understand the language. Like, Sing Show? You mean, oh, Sing Show? Well, that's the thing, is that Chinese is, ow! That's the thing, is that Chinese is actually kind of similar to Japanese, where if you know how things are supposed to be pronounced, then you can understand how to pronounce nearly every name. So it's similar in that aspect. Like, it's gotten to a point where anytime I see QI, I know it's going to be pronounced Chi. It's still a language I'm not too familiar with, so I don't remember all of the rules, but I would argue that it's actually one of the easier ones. Well, not easier. That sounds wrong. It's the X and S. Does that mess me up? They are very similar. That's the thing, is X and S in Chinese are supposed to be very similar. Because X is supposed... It's like... The thing is, with Western ears, X and S sound basically identical. But they actually sound very different in Chinese. And I think that's where the hard part comes for those of us who are who speak English, is because to us, X and XS are very similar, but how they're pronounced in Chinese is actually very, very different. It's similar to this one thing I saw a long time ago, where these researchers, I think, went to like some Native Americans, I think. I hope I don't botch that. But they went to this group of people and decided to test something because it was a study about like cultural norms and how it affects different people. So in the study, they basically had like a screen and they had different colors on it. And what they were asked to do is they were supposed to identify like the green color. But the thing is in their culture and in their language, they didn't really describe it as green. So when it was like compared to a bunch of other colors, like different colors, they had a hard time figuring out which one was the green one. But what they did have in their language was like in their culture was being able to identify different shades of green. So it got to a point where like when it was like different colors that we would know, we'd be like, well, why aren't they picking the green box? That's so weird. But as soon as it was like almost identical shades of like green boxes, suddenly they were able to pick the right green box. It's fascinating. So it's one of those things where it's like, if you grow up thinking a certain way, then it will be hard to adapt to a new thing. And X and S in Chinese are similar that way. That was a bit of a tangent, but I hope that makes sense. Linguistics is always interesting. Linguistics and culture is always interesting because the cultures will always, if you're raised in a certain culture, you will view the world differently than those who are raised in another culture. So it's very fascinating, especially considering that a lot of people in North America have this mindset of like what they know is supposed to be the right way when, you know, there's a lot of different cultures that may view it differently. Oh, Victor, hi, thanks for stopping by. Sorry, I forgot you're streaming today. No worries, it's okay. Life happens. I got on a tangent because we were talked about like cultural differences and how it's fascinating. I have to go. No worries, Quentin. Thank you so much for stopping by and chatting. It means a lot. Have a good one. So yeah, it's one thing that I'm trying to get better at personally, where understanding that my own perspective is going to be different from other people's perspectives and trying to keep that in mind. But I'm not perfect at it, but I hope I can get better. All right. Tangents aside, we've been talking for a few minutes. Let us continue the quest.
Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Oh my gosh, thank you for the gifted subs, Victor! That's insane, thank you so much! Oh my gosh! Yeah, That's incredibly generous. You've gifted so many subs in the last couple of weeks. Insane. Also, thanks for the hydrate arrow. Your throat must be sore. I've actually been working on a way to actually not make my throat hurt as much as it has been the last few months. So it's actually doing pretty fine now that I've adjusted how I talk. Just stopping by today. No worries. I understand, Victor. I understand. Life happens.
Have a good one. Thank you for stopping by.
All right, here we go.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Oh, jeez! I have to guess? Oh, no! Oh, no! Jerry, Marcel, Laurent. Oh, boy. I have to guess? I mean, I already said my suspicions. Thierry is most suspicious to me. But it would also make sense if Marcel was able to, having money, using all of his money, would be able to own Gardavex. And the fact that he said, oh, we will defend you at all costs, but they also attacked Navia. Man, okay, I don't think it's Florent. I don't. I think it's Thierry or Marcel. Maybe it's not even any of them. Maybe it's Malouse. Maybe it's secretly Malouse this whole time. Thierry or Marcel? Thierry or Marcel? Frick. I'm gonna go with Thierry because he was the most suspicious to me.
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use, but I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah, had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Alright, fine. Maybe it was someone else. Marcel.
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business?
Alright, maybe it was someone else. Florent!
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
Okay, so I'm getting the hint that all of these options are wrong. How dare you blame the greatest butler? I apologize. He is very amazing. However, I have to cast doubt on everybody. We know this.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly. Who could it be?
I think. Choose the most evidence. Which of the 3 suspects was most likely to have committed the crime? Okay. Well, let's see. Information. Can provide evidence that Callas did not carry a gun with him when he went out. According to him, only sufficient rich can privately own Gardamex. He's the leader. He made a close working relationship. Those recollection of the event is quite foggy. He's willing to defend Navia. I still. I'm gonna go with this one. It's probably wrong. We're gonna go with this one. We just consider the reason of guard. Only one person really fits the bill. Okay, Marcel. Boom!
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these three, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the three, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
He is someone who's very close to you after all.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
The synth production base.
Yes. Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right now. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Hey! Sorry I doubted you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Wait, what?
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
Wait, child?
What? Is that someone you know?
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right, because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah. And it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
Definitely feels like someone is trying to pin the blame on someone who people would easily believe could be guilty.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence.
Let's split up.
Huh? Split up? What do you mean?
You can go to the yes. Oh gosh, I forgot how to say that. While I go investigate that place, I'm confident in my combat abilities.
Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus, leaving his home base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
Leave it to me.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Linny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malus, Silver, when did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Irenaeus. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
Good luck!
See you then!
Suspect analysis. Combining the information regarding the Gardamarks and the investigation results so far, it can be concluded there is only one person who can have a large number of Gardamex in his possession and run the synth business without leaving traces. This person is none other than Marcel. Alright. Let's check it out. Child just keeps getting into trouble. I don't know, poor guy.
Now that Nadia has set out for Irenaeus, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
Poor freaking guy. He's one of the, he's one of those characters where I'm like, I really like him a lot, but at the same time, I'm always constantly suspicious of him. But even then, I don't think that this is him. There's no way. Find the entrance to headquarters.
According to Malusa's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance.
Alright. Oh, jeez. Let me grab this while we are still here. Come on, grab. Yep. Okay. Let's see what we can find. Hello! Is it really the castle? Oh gosh, there's so many fish around there. Okay. Yeah, that looks suspicious.
Finally found it. Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all.
Well, they don't want it to stand out.
Ah, you're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanisms. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
Meanwhile, oh, we gonna cut to it? Oh no.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia.
Oh my gosh!
Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
Oh, poor guy!
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received.
Oh boy.
When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey, don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Everyone's getting to know Tartaglia.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
Oh my gosh.
No. That's not what I meant.
This comes across as, I'm a healer, not a fighter.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man.
Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
Oh boy.
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway, so I'll take you up on that offer.
This feels
so,
weird.
Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted.
Oh boy.
Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is...
Marcel!
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières!
It's kind of fun that we got to present it as Navia.
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Sorry, just this feels so fanficky. Like, I love friends to enemies trope so much. It is my bread and butter. It's what it feels like.
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation.
Uh-oh.
Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes, I do.
Oh boy.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial.
Oh boy. Shocked and confused Marcel is brought to the stands. Oh my gosh. This is happening so quick.
Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Oh boy.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage.
Oh! Okay. Oh,
On
it's
the
him.
day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarande in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries.
Okay.
These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him.
Shot in turn by my father. Okay.
After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
Oh, okay. I love that we're actually playing as Navia. Okay. So the banquet, that tracks. There were 2 gunshots, according to Callus, who had a motive to kill, murdered Jacques, but is that really true? Callus holding a gun, while his acquaintance Jacques lay dead from the gunshot wound. Based on the investigations done, there was no possibility that anyone else could have done the deed and escaped, and Callus was adjudged to have been the culprit. After conducting a re-investigation, certain Callus did not bring a gun with him. It points to a third person. Okay, so that's it. As a result, they concluded the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second one must have taken Jacques' life. There was no third person on the scene, but it turns out that there is a method that can cleverly cover up the killer's tracks, and then that makes sense. With Genshin Impact giving us other perspectives other than the Traveler. It is fun! I am enjoying it, too. It is really nice. It allows the player to, like, come up with their own interpretation of the events, too. But I think it also... Here's the thing. I think this has also been very important for people to understand that the Traveler is their own character and not a self-insert character, especially because I know that was like a thing when this game came out. A lot of people assumed the Traveler was just supposed to be a self-insert character, but in actuality, they should be treated as their own character with their own motivations and their own opinions. And I think doing this more helps people understand that better. Okay. Let me reread this. Who had a motive to kill? Okay, information. Callus did not carry a gun. Okay, you know what? You know what? World request? I'm busy! I'm busy! Callus did not bring a gun, so let's use this to refute that, to show that Callus did not even have a gun. Nope. That's not right. Never mind then. Suspect analysis. Did Callus... Testimony of Jacques' family. There we go.
The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection.
Oh, shoot! There was a line? Frick! I thought that was done. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, loopholes. Let's see. That there was no third person. Turns out there was a method that can cover up the tracks. Okay, so maybe what this is... Clothing from an unknown person was found. It seemed missing. Let's see. Starfield just released? Whoa! Well, I'm playing Genshin right now, though, so I'm going to focus on Genshin, if that's okay. I think people just take the Traveler for granted because they're always being dragged around to help others when all of her motivation to find her sibling, it was happening to them, why they're helping the Abyss, and just trying to find them in general. Wait, let me read that. You'll just take the Traveler for granted. Yeah, I think people often misunderstand the Traveler, to be honest, because, like, people often say, like, misunderstood the Inazuma stuff. They're like, and for not really realize that the Inazuma quest was there to help the Traveler realize the meaning behind their siblings saying, like, I will see you at the end of your journey, and them realizing that their journey, they have to kind of take their own time with it. And that was the point of doing all those quests. I think people miss that. So Traveler, I feel like it's misinterpreted a lot. This is a big game and everyone does it 2014. Okay, I understand that, but I'm focusing on Genshin right now. So, please keep that in mind. I want to focus on Genshin, okay? Also, just as a rule, I have updated some of the rules, stream rules, so please review that down below if you have not. First shot missed. So it's these two. I'm just trying to figure out which evidence to present. Because it looks like Callus did not bring a gun with him. There's towards the existence of a third person. So I'm wondering if I have to present the clothes here, and then I have to present the primordial water here. I'm going to present the primordial seawater here.
A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice.
Okay. Next, we have is arriving at the scene. Okay, so here I think we do the case report because it has clothing of an unknown person. Unless... No. It is this one.
This This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead.
There we go.
Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
Oh boy.
So that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
It's so hard to tell if he's feigning ignorance or not, to be honest.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
I'm worried. Callus is kinda hot.
But I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo!
Oh, wow.
If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home.
Wow, this person really is treating this like a performance. This is insane! Don't boo a prosecutor!
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
I was gonna say, okay, if Farina, it does feel odd, because before she was very confident, and right now it seems like she's a little uncertain, and a little hesitant, and asking questions. It does feel different. She seems more almost compliant, it feels. You know, when people have the audacity to treat lives on the line like it's some traumatized stage play. Yeah, it's really gotten bad in Fontaine. She did accuse an innocent person for murder last quest. Yeah, it's true. It is interesting, though. It is nice to see Farina have a different side, or different way to go about it, because before she definitely acted very overconfident. And whether that is insecurity now, it's still nice to see, in a way, that it has affected her, if that makes sense. At least for me. It is nice to see that it has affected her. Because if it hadn't, I probably would not be as interested in her, but it is interesting that it is affecting her. So.
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
I should have just kept clicking.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. all of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retained the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Ooh. That's a different tone.
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Ooh.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
True. It was as she was talking, I was like, oh, wait, Marcel did say that he was at the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Don't know what she can say to that.
Uh-oh.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter?
Oh, no.
But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah, well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson.
That's not the kind of attitude you should have about this, I feel.
Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
Uh-oh.
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain.
So you're not kidnapping.
In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage.
It sucks. I know I shouldn't be like, oh, you're from Snezhnaya, then you're automatically suspicious. I know I shouldn't be like that, because that's is gross. But at the same time, I'm like, come on. Okay. I hope the game proves me wrong.
But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
Then you had an accomplice.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now?
Man, this guy's good. This guy's good. Okay, I haven't read chat in a bit. Hearing from her father's gotta hurt. Yeah. You're just saying that because Fatudi originated in Snezhnaya. It's true. However, there have been multiple times in many quests where people have mentioned like, oh, I'm from Snezhnaya, and turns out they were dealing with some shady stuff. It sucks because I know not everyone from Snezhnaya is supposed to be bad. I mean, look at Tusser, for example. But just the fact that it's been a constant trend throughout this whole game, it's already one of those things where it's like, I'm gonna just casually drop it, and I'm like, oh, frick, okay, there goes that. That's kind of my opinion on it. That's why I want the game to prove me wrong, because there's just been so many instances in this game where it's like, I'm from Snezhnaya and I'm dealing with some shady business. Prove me wrong, game.
He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
Oof. This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth. While that same agency has long been taken from them, the people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher?
Huh.
He knows.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
Uh-huh! No one would have a reaction like that.
I was waiting for you to say that.
A little while earlier at the entrance of the synth production base. Oh boy. Or are we just inside now? Alright, it looks like we are inside. Okay, cool. It has been over an hour since we came back from the break, so I would like to use this opportunity to take a quick 5 to 10 minute break. This is a good time for you guys to stretch your legs and get some water and do anything else you gotta do. Oh gosh, we are in the thick of it. We really are. Okay. We'll be back in just a little bit, okay? Alrighty. Be right with you guys. Hope you were able to do what you needed to do. I think it's been 5 minutes. I hope I didn't come back early. If I did, sorry. Sorry. All right, let's head back in and see what's going on here. See what we can find in this organization. In this secret hidden base. Also, I've realized I haven't been, like, actually as the Traveler, even though the Traveler has been in my team. So, and you know what is unfortunate? Here's what is unfortunate. My Traveler is still not, like, fully built. I need more of these. I could level up her skill, though. I have enough of that. Oh, but then I would be missing out on stuff for Lynette. Oh, that's hard. Okay. Well, either way. So my Traveler's not exactly where I would like her to be. But it's fine. Hold on. I just need to check. Okay. Okay, cool. Alright, well, let's see what we got going on. Hello? Is there any hidden treasure chests? I don't think I saw any. Whoa. Hi. Door of Resurrection. Party setup? Oh, I could change my party? Oh, that's not good. Well, I have the 2 characters I need. I'm glad that they put that there since it kind of just threw you into the domain. It usually asks you before you head in there, so it's kind of nice. Hello. Hi.
No! Be amazed!
Just
the wind rises.
Get rid of these guys. I didn't stun these guys, but it should be easy enough. Wish they had drops, though. I need it for my Lynette.
Whoa! The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
What do we got in here? Chest! Okay. Can I go over this way? Oh, I can. Secrets? Any secrets? Doesn't look like it. Ugh. Hi, this. You know what this reminds me of? There was a moment when you're playing Haunting Ground, there's a moment where the camera, like, you're walking past like a tank kind of like this, and the camera is actually inside the water as you're walking by and there's fish there. And I remember playing it with my friends and they actually asked me to look away and I was like, thanks for understanding. Glad this game isn't doing that. Okay, what do we got here?
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
So we have to get up there. Okay. Got a fancy door here. Don't see anything. There's 2 gears, it looks like. Big gears. I wanted to see if I could get a better look. Okay, let's try this. Whee! Okay, yeah. 2 big honking gears. Here, and then 3 here. Okay, back we go. Let's get this. So we're gonna need this. This gear is moving. Doesn't look like it's connecting to anything. All right, let's get rid of this. Wow, that looks like an actual person, like humanoid. I didn't realize it until now. Interesting. We got more stuff. Let's go grab that. Boop. Oh, that raises the water level. Oh. Okay, well, I guess that works.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
The gears were moving, but I guess they're not necessary to move all the way. Oh, just barely. Hey, we got more enemies. And a treasure chest!
Ha! I swear by my sword.
Behold!
Oh, wow. More enemies. Oh, this shouldn't be too bad.
Know your place.
Give me the goods. And will this raise it even higher? Is that enough? Looks like it.
Now the path is clear. Let's go.
Okay. Sorry, just checking something. And oh, I want to line this up. I want to line this up. Can I do it? Whee! Oh, I bonked my head. Well, fine. Guess it was too high. What do we got? There's a door had open for you, I think. I mean, I hope so. It's too late for me to go back now if you were referring to another door. What does... Oh, chest! Okay. Boop. More enemies, it looks like. Ooh, that's fun. Thanks for making a path for me. I appreciate it. And now we get to fight some guard mechs. Hi, friends.
Go! Wipe out! Cue the spotlight!
Squall Fury.
It shouldn't be too bad. It's I can't not think of more Ardain when I hear the I know that's not how the song goes, it's just habit. Whoa!
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum.
This is odd looking.
Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here.
If I'm not mistaken, he's being charged by Navia as we speak.
That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help Navia.
All right, time to look around. Is it just this? No, there's other stuff. Okay. Miscellaneous objects.
What's all this? Aw, it's a bunch of really cute things. Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
There's a name, too.
Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names?
They probably belong to the victims.
Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were brought here? And then they were turned into water. And all the boxes of things. These names. That means... Oh, this is terrible.
Oof. Missing person's possessions. You discovered objects within the containers labeled with the names of those who owned them within the depths of the HQ. The names here must have something to do with the victims of the serial disappearances case. This might be proof that this was their final stop. Dang. Dang. Okay. A little messed up. Damaged bookshelf. What do we got here?
Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him.
It's probably related to his and Jacques' case.
Yep, it's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it. This should prove the existence of the third person, right?
Is there anything else?
We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups.
They've planned this well in advance.
They're all just so evil.
Callus's investigation report concerning the Callus case that were found inside the bookshelf. The mastermind did not believe that Jacques would do the deed, and thus sent a third party to ensure Callus's death. The content that followed also determined the culprit's motive to some extent. This guy was a real piece of work, murdering all these girls with any remorse. Right? It's insane. Like, I was under the assumption that they just disappeared on the spot, but knowing that they got taken here and then dissolved and then they took all their possessions, it's insane. And I'm trying to figure out why. It kind of depends on the age. Like, it was girls of all different ages, and I'm trying to figure out the motive as to why. The only thing I could think about is if this was some messed up way to get people's possessions and, like, deliver it to somebody who wanted the possessions for one reason or another. But that's a huge assumption with little evidence.
Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water!
That must be the water for the Primordial Sea.
That means this is where they make all the synth! And that special water is the main ingredient! If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human! Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence.
Primordial Sea water pool. The pool found within the HQ is filled with water from the Primordial Sea. The mastermind can use this to create synth and directly use it to dissolve people. It was all girls close to Navia's age. Okay. Because I remember that they mentioned early on in the game that it was all girls of different ages. At least I thought so. Maybe I'm misremembering. Because if it was girls of all the same age, I thought it would be more conclusive, like, easier way to go by, but I thought there was less relatability. It was all just young girls. But I could be misremembering. Alright, experiment table.
What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the Primordial Sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough.
For some reason, Jacob Ingold sounds familiar, and I cannot remember why or if there's any reason for it to, and maybe I'm crazy.
The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the Primordial Sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
Oh, calm down, Paimon.
Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before. How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
The goal of the researcher is to save his lover, a woman called Vignier, who was dissolved.
So that's why he did all of these experiments. But Did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
This is human experimentation. There's another name here. Vache.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
No, he is the researcher.
You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments?
Yes, he signed off on a bunch of the experiment reports. The voice I probably heard from the fountain was probably Vignier? I apologize if I'm botching the name.
So that's it! Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water?
There must be more to this than meets the eye.
In any case, Paimon will write it all down.
Alright, experimental records. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research. We read that. Experiment was a failure. Okay, that's what Paimon said. There are many more records like these. Okay. So it's pretty much all what Paimon said. What do we got here? Bottle. Oh no. The bottles look very similar to the Abyss.
Whoa. There's so much synth here. And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea.
There's so many.
Mixing in progress. Ready to drink. Stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled. Whoa, there's even fruit-flavored synth?
Well, that definitely proves that this is where they produce synth.
Yep, it's super obvious.
Synth. Popular potion circulating quite widely. It gives the drinker a very pleasant experience for a short time, but its side effects are equally strong. The producer uses these special characteristics to earn a massive profit from his trade.
We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on. But...
who really is this Vache?
Yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit.
Clever. But maybe not clever enough. Let's look again.
Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either.
Look for clues related to Vache. Okay. Besides investigation, there are also research materials. It seems their experiments have gone on for a very long time. There's nothing here on Vache's true identity. Full of water from the primordial sea, countless sins were born from it. Nothing else here is particularly noteworthy.
You take that side and Paimon will take this side. Check everything carefully. We'll find something for sure.
Okay. After some time... oh, I hope Navia's doing okay.
Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either.
I doubt they would have snacks down here. Paimon, I found it.
Whoa, really? Let Paimon see. Vignier.
Vignier.
Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then you found her diary. Let's see. Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet, too. Oh, Paimon feels even worse for her now.
Take a look at this page. She made a list of baby names. Oh.
So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy with all of them? The final name she decided on was... Marcel.
What?
Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Vignier's grown son?
I figured it out. Let's go, Paimon.
Hey! Paimon still hasn't figured it out yet.
Oh, snap. Notebook belonging to a lady named Vignier. She records many stories of her time with her lover, Vache. On one of the pages, she prepared many names for their future child, and the name she settled on in the end was Marcel. Oh, okay, here we go.
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher?
Interesting.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Hi, I'm very scared about what's about to happen.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
I am so sorry, sir.
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
You say you never heard of Vacher. However, this diary may prove otherwise.
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vacher.
Oh, snap!
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything. After your lover, Vignier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you. You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vacher.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vignier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Vignier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together.
Uh-oh.
Wherever she goes, I will follow. But I'm not from this blasted place.
Oh.
So I can't be dissolved. No matter what I do.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve. Can't dissolve. Can't dissolve. Do you all see? I can't go. I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me. I still need to save Vignier. A promise. We made a promise.
Oh boy.
Vignier. Vignier. Please, Vignere, don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Oh, man. This is a lot. I can understand it, but he also took way too far targeting a woman who did nothing for him. Oh yeah, this is definitely one of those, like, situations where there is a little bit of a gray area involved. Because I agree, he did go very far. But he does raise very good points of, like, this country's so-called justice. And the fact that people are treating it and moving on with their lives, forgetting that actual lives are involved. Like, he's bringing up good points. He went very far, it is true. Don't agree with his methods. It's like I understand the madness, but I don't agree with the methods kind of thing. This poor guy. But also, what the frick, dude?
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case.
Yes, Your Honor.
The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignere. During an underwater expedition, Vignere accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignere back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all.
Don't applause for this, guys.
The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Mr. Vacher is guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting what he deserves. Huh? Are you okay?
Navia. She did it.
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending.
Don't act so confident. I feel like something's up. I still don't like how the audience treated the aftermath of the trial. It does kind of remind me of one of those things where, like, I remember reading this Tumblr post a long time ago where someone was watching Rapunzel, the Disney movie, with their mother and was seeing a lot of, like, the toxic traits in Rapunzel's mom in her own mother, was really hoping that her mother would, like, realize it. But when they left the movie theater, the mother was like, wow, I really loved that movie, and, like, didn't register that at all. And it's one of those things, Mother Gothel, yeah, it's one of those things where sometimes people are not very self-aware, or they view themselves as, like, the own protagonist and not as the villain. So in this situation, even though he rightfully called out everybody's reaction to the court system, I think a lot of these people may not have registered, like, hey, you guys may need to take a chill pill and calm down and understand the gravity of these court cases, but they may not be there yet.
Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to. So, if you'll excuse me...
Like I said, he called out. Yeah, I agree with what you said, Flair.
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Here we go.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
Man, this sure would have been a nice twist if it wasn't spoiled for me. Early on when I streamed this game, I mentioned that I got spoiled on something less than 12 hours after the update happened, and it was a screenshot. It was this screenshot. I saw this screenshot less than 12 hours after the update came out. Untagged spoilers on the internet. So, I have known the whole time that somehow in these events, Tartaglia was going to be found guilty. So please, if I can implore anybody that is watching this, please tag your spoilers, or at least not talk about it 12 hours after the update. This would have been an amazing twist had it not been spoiled. That is my plea. So yeah, really freaking weird that the Oratrice is saying that he's guilty, which is fascinating. What I got from this is that moments before Novelette, like when he picked it up and he saw the guilty, he's like, might be the first time that the two have disagreed. They've always come to the same conclusion, but this time they have disagreed, which makes me wonder if the Oratrice got tampered somehow.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
Child has been declared guilty by the Oratrice. Just what is going on here?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict. Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
Oh boy.
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Huh.
Hey, Monsieur Novelette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
It's interesting that they chose to highlight Novelette noticing the cut mark on him. It almost gives like the implication, I feel, that he's not used to being hurt like that. So while he did literally pile drive Tartaglia into the ground, knocking him unconscious, he still was surprised that he managed to get hurt from that. I feel like. That's my interpretation.
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
If even the Chief Justice doesn't know, then we have no choice but to ask the Archon herself.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it! I don't know what happened there either! Hey, stop staring at me!
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap? Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's result.
I mean, yeah. I hate to say it, Farina, but we all heard what you said.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama and excitement. And, of course, for every performance, there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the Oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment! If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence. Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable! All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the Oratrice's verdict. Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
I agree with you, Neverlet. I love you, but you always enable this bad behavior the audience has. Yeah! She definitely has a lot to work on and has a lot to address.
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea.
Way to pull the rug out from under her.
However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Maybe. Hi, Neverlet. How's it going?
Oh, Monsieur Neverlet! That power you showed when you took him down. Who are you really?
I'm the Chief Justice of Fontaine, of course. If officers of the law lack the strength and capability to enforce it, then it makes a mockery of justice.
I'm curious. Okay. Just curious. Just curious. Sidestepping the question, he said. Wow. Is there anybody we could talk to? Is everyone just chatting to themselves? It's like it. Anyway, I guess we'll head out. Wait, Navia! Where are you, Navia? Good work! I'm happy you know the truth about your father. Oh.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Hi.
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list.
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Please let him ask.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vacher?
Oh. No, this is good for him.
I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Yes. I met her.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it?
It was around the Fountain of Lucine. Something to do with my sensitivity to the hydro element.
The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards. I don't care.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs? Very well. I will grant your request.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands, Chief Justice.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I don't know how this will go. I do hope it can give him some closure, even if nothing happens. Sadly, he needs this closure. I think this could be good for him. As even though knowing in the back of my mind that he's murdered so many people, he did do all this for her, so... But he murdered so many people. It's a... Man, Genshin's loves throwing out these gray areas. Just have to call that out. Okay, anyway, I know that's derailing from the situation, but good on you, Genshin.
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Back then, I drank water from the primordial sea. It heightened my sensitivity to the hydro element.
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the stage as well? Oh, in that case...
Vache.
Ah!
Yes, that's it. So you heard it too.
Vinier, it's me! It's me, Vache!
Vache? Vache?
I'm here! I'm here! Where are you, Vinier? I'm coming for you. I'm finally here for you.
Hey, wait! Be careful! Hey, wait!
Uh-oh.
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vinier!
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
What are you saying?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day. If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone, with nothing but the tears on her cheeks. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
You... Wait, you are not Vinier. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vinier. I am the sacrifices.
Oh!
Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals. But we became one, just as streams of water come together in the sea. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vinier.
Why? But then, where is Vinier?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you are not is Vigniere's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vigniere's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
Oh boy! I have thoughts. Real quick. Kind of brutal. It is! I'm not gonna deny it's not brutal. In a way, though, there is a part of me that does kind of like this outcome. And I know that sounds heartless, but, like, let me explain. There's so many cases out there where people have lost their lives and the suspects or the murderers have no like remorse in their heart. And it's a situation where it's like, man, I wish they could have known the damage that they had done. And in this situation, it's actually happening. He needs a brutal reality check. It's deserved. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, you know, people are people at the end of the days, right? But, you know, when you take away someone else's life, you should understand the gravity of that situation. And it does. And so seeing this, in a way, it's like, yes, this is very brutal, but like you guys said, it's deserved. It's deserved. It's a reality check that I feel like quite a few others need, too. So it's refreshing to see it. It looks like they didn't meet Vigniere back then. I didn't meet Vigniere back then either. They must have wanted me to lure Marcel here from the very beginning.
No! Yeah. She can't hate me. Let me see her. Please. Have mercy.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vigniere. She really doesn't want to see you anymore. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Vache.
Vache?
Vache.
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 Vache. Drown.
Later, the guards find the culprit of the serial disappearance. Woman Marcel appeared to have lost his soul? Days later? Wait, you can't just drop that! What?
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Paimon, I can't think about shopping! Lost his soul? Excuse me? Traveler just kind of needed a break after seeing someone lose their soul. Just drowned it out of him. Oh my gosh. Feel sad for the loss of his love, but what he did was worse because what she did was an accident. He did all this without heart and mercy. No, you're not wrong. I'm not denying that. I hope my message is not misunderstood. I'm not denying that. He definitely, with all the murders he did, definitely deserved to be confronted by that. I still stand by that opinion. It still is like, man, just adding on to it. Okay, no worries. I just wanted to make sure that I was clear because I know sometimes I'm not the most like, I know sometimes with how I say things, it can often be misconstrued. So I just wanted to be sure, like, yeah, no, I may feel sympathy for the guy, you know, but at the same time, all of those victims, all their victims' family, all the victims' family also deserve sympathy as well. I can't... Wow. Freaking... Wow. I wish I knew what that last line said, though. I was reading a little too slow. I usually try to read faster than that so that I could catch everything, but I was reading it too slow, and the Lost His Soul just kind of caught me off guard. I don't know what the last line said. I missed it. I'll have to look in recording later and see. All right, shopping. Shopping is stressful in its own way. My legs are killing me. Man, shopping!
Huh. Well met, partner.
Hi.
I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
The last part said his physical body died of fright. Oh, okay. Wow, okay. Thank you for letting me know, by the way.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts in Sen. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father.
Aww.
We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come.
Oh, I'm glad he was finally able to get one.
This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court, all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's what we like to hear.
That's good. That's good. Probably came very late, but at least it happened at all. Until he was murdered and then while his body died of a heart attack. Yeah, that makes sense. Have to go. Thank you so much for stopping by, Quentin. It means a lot. It really means a lot. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago.
I just realized Tartaglia is in jail right now, and it has been for a few days. What happened to him? Is he okay? Things have turned out as well as they could have. In your case, Navia. Definitely. Navia, excuse me.
Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Huh?
Yep.
So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte? Journalist from the Steambird?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness, Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. So, we've been on pretty good terms ever since.
Aw.
She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wishes finally come true too.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Now that's another thing to look forward to. We trust Charlotte's skills with a pen for sure.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarand out for a meal.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! They're making amends despite everything. Oh, that's exciting. Karma has a way of catching up to people and kicking your teeth in the most brutal way. People have consciousness to their actions, and I love how Genshin does that beautifully. Gotta go to sleep a little early. No worries, Arrow. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I hope you have a good night's rest. Going back to your comment, Flare. Yeah, I like it too. I have seen some people argue on the internet where a lot of people like don't like how everything just goes so well in Genshin, and, you know, reality is not like that. And yes, it is true. But in some pieces of media, it is just kind of nice to have things, you know, feel satisfying in the end, especially. It's a nice escapism thing. And that's not for everybody. And obviously that's not everybody's cup of tea all the time. But it is nice. I do like it. It's a nice... It feels good. It feels good. Would it be messed up if I shipped Navia and Cloren together? No, because I shipped them from the moment I saw them in the trailer. This whole time I was like, what if they had a connection? And then the more that's come out, I was like, is it possible? No, but it could be. Enemies to lovers? Question mark? So no, we're on the same boat, Flare.
Oh, are you two on better terms now?
While you were investigating Vashey's headquarters, Clorand gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time, so we took the chance to reconcile with each other.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clorand wasn't actually a bad person. It's always good to have more friends.
Yeah, she's just someone who's been put in a very difficult situation.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him to this day. That includes me, too.
Aww.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
Can I come too?
We want to go too! We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days now.
Oh, we just go. Okay.
Huh. This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest, even I haven't been back here for a long time.
This is actually interesting. I was exploring like a while ago, and I came across like a tombstone and gravestones, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. I wonder if this will be for something later. And sure enough, here we are. So he was buried here when I passed by that. Oh my gosh. Imagine people who haven't played Genshin. Here's the ship I love. I remember Navia's father. What? To be fair though, I feel like that's common for most fandom / anime stuff. I feel like that's not unheard of.
Huh? There's someone there already. Wait. That figure. It can't be... Isn't that Dermalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
Oh. Ooh, yeah, there's the... You kinda yelled at his face and called him out, and, how we feeling about that?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown, but still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Neuvillette. In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callus proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice. A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callus in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days.
Ooh, wow.
That high and mighty chair in the Opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I just want to hug him. I just want to hug him. Ah, this poor guy. Ah, I just want to hug him.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Freaking mood, though. I understand, Neverland. I'm so glad they got to reconcile over this, too.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
Now hug it out!
Ah, so Navia and Neuvillette seem to have made their peace as well. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done.
Following Navia and Neuvillette, you also pay your respects to Callus.
Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there?
New father and daughter relationship? I would love that if that happened. I would love that! I'm not expecting it to happen, but I would love that! Oh, that would be so good! Well, you're not usually supposed to fly around someone's grave.
Huh? Oh, Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly.
Paimon's forgotten my ability to walk. I can't do it anymore.
Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad.
Wow, she took it seriously.
Anyway,
Little smirk.
Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Farina, we can at least talk to him, right?
True. I mean, he seems like he might be able to know. Okay. I want to talk to you for real quick, though.
Paimon's really sorry, Navia, but Paimon did something pretty disrespectful just now.
What are you saying, Paimon? I don't think I get it.
Well, aren't you not supposed to fly around someone's grave?
Huh? Who told you that?
Hey, Traveler! Why did you mess with Paimon again?
Whoops. The day we see Paimon walk is the day I'll start my own theory channel. Maybe one day, maybe that's the final chapter is Paimon takes a couple of steps and we're like, little baby girl learned how to take first steps. Neuvillette. Hi. World Quest join. Excuse you. I want to talk to Neuvillette. Get out of here, Hu Tao.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
Mm-hmm. We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
Well, maybe not, but we want to ask you something.
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this since you're usually super busy. So we figured we could try to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
Ooh, about the water from the primordial sea, about the prophecy, about child. Yeah, what the frick about my sibling? Can I ask all of these?
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea, but what is it really?
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface.
Does it exist in the abyss?
What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead?
Known to engender and nurture life, so it was a good thing. And reverse itself. For some odd reason, you know what this reminds me of? Is the upside down Statue of the Seven that we saw in the We Will Be Reunited quest. Because Statue of the Seven, mechanically, in-game, heals your characters. But that Statue of the Seven implies to have taken someone's life away. So when we're talking about reverse, it's interesting that the sea used to nurture life and now devours life. That is an interesting parallel.
To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Yes, and I feel happy knowing I can ask you all of these. So, prophecy.
That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right! It was Linny that told us back then. And that about covers all the main points.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
Oh!
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
Yeah.
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant and stay on the watch for further signs.
That's true. Fontaine's water level is well, it's literally risen. It's elevated.
Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose.
She has.
If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
He didn't even answer. He was like, I don't know. Water going up and not down like normal waterfall. Maybe the abyss did something with that part of the primordial sea. Yeah, I saw this interesting theory that was circulating on the internet, where the theory is that, so we know that the sky is fake, right? There's a theory that, in essence, Tevat is supposed to be hell, which makes sense because all the Archons have like demon names, and that the abyss is where the actual sky is supposed to be. So it's kind of like reversed, you know? So the actual sky is where the abyss is, which we think is below, but it may not be. Because I think people did comparisons between the sky in Tevat and the sky you see in Spiral Abyss and have noted that the sky actually looks different in that area, I think. I didn't look at this theory too closely, but I did see it in passing, so... What about the Pyros Archons? I first was confused that was Zhao's friends because back I was unfamiliar with Genshin. I would love some context with the Pyro Archon. To be honest, I don't know how much I have heard about the Pyro Archon. Off the top of my head, I can't remember too many details about the Pyro Archon. I can't even remember what they said in the trailer a long time ago. In the Tevat trailer preview thing? I can't remember. I just know that there's supposed to be a big volcano in Natlan. That's all I know. That's all I can recall off the top of my head, anyway. All right. Tell me about Tartaglia.
My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion.
Oh, it hasn't. Okay. So we don't know about Child. The Pyro Archon is live or new. So I believe Zhongli, in that regard, I can say this. I believe Zhongli or Venti, one of those two, mentioned that of the 7, he mentioned that he and Venti are the only ones of the original 7. So all of the other Archons are new.
However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case.
So it doesn't repeat.
As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it.
Which, you know, I mean, the people have a warped perception of justice now, though, so I worry that that's affecting it.
Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness. Which is all to say, I've been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
Crack theory. Oh my gosh. Crack theory. Crack theory. Frick, I can't remember. Actually, the crack theory might be thrown out of the window. Because I was about to say my crack theory, but then I remembered that big tree in Sumeru, the water tree. I'm trying to remember. That was where the goddess of flowers died, right? Not the Hydro Archon? They were friends. I might be getting details mixed up. But my crack theory is, because I can't remember the details, crack theory. The Hydro Archon is, the old Hydro Archon is the Oratrice. What if the old Archon is the Oratrice and became that after their death? Crack theory. Ended. Okay. Was it technically her sister when she was, so she really count as, oh, right. So what I meant to say was, right, okay, so it was him, Venti, and the Raiden Shogun. That's right, I forgot Raiden Shogun was included in that. Okay, Zhongli believes that those 3 are the only ones of the original 7. Sorry, I did forget Raiden. But you did remind me that I believe he said Raiden. Farina created the scale, but still, what if? What if Farina created the scale around the Hydro Archon? Crack theory. Anyway, he's prepared for the situation.
So when Lenny told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's core is stored...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though, The time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede.
Oh, he's there? Dang.
If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Yes. Let's see. I have asked about all of these. About my sibling.
Your sibling? Another blonde-haired traveler? I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description. If he ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure he followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epicles. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
All right. I have no more questions.
Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memornia.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
All right. You've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Interesting way to end it. Also, I did not think I would be able to do it all today. Woo! Interesting way to end it. Have a new quest? That's a world quest. It was Steambird interview. Okay, so these quests just get unlocked after doing the Archon quest. I still gotta do the quest for the event. I don't know if it's voiced. I'll have to look into that. But if it is voiced, I'll probably record it. Man, interesting. I'm excited to see where Fontaine goes. That felt way too, like, final for, like, only Act 2 of the Fontaine Archon quests, you know? But it was nice. It was nice. Where do I go for Catherine? Hold on. Where do I go for Catherine? Catherine, where is she? Where is she? She's over here, apparently. I want to unlock quests real quick. That would still be thinking. It is. I'm interested to see where it goes. Let me just get this registered. Ad Astra Abyssos. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Is there anything I can help you with?
It's Catherine again. Must be one. This one must be a puppet too.
Perhaps. There shouldn't be another possibility.
Is there something I can help you with? Are you looking to take on a commission? Or send one out?
I'm just taking a look.
I see. If you run into any guild-related issues, you can come and ask me. I will provide the utmost service for you and answer all answerable questions. Then we thank you for your contributions to the guild, adventurer. We wish you smooth travels.
Cool. Now I should be able to do commissions here.
Big.
I am excited to see where Fontaine's quests go. It's one of those things though where because things felt so final, I don't know where it can go from here, if that makes sense. Like, sure, there's unresolved questions, but there's less of a cliffhanger this time. Things resolved very nicely in these 2 acts. So I am curious to see where they happen to go from here. Let me look at this. There it is, Fontaine. Perfect. And then, boop. All right. Did you see my response about child? Oh yeah, I did. Usually during cutscenes, I still am reading chat. I just may not respond to it very quickly, but I do read it. I do read it, so yes, I did. I think that is a fair assessment of him. All right, well, that is where I'm going to end the stream for today. Here's what I will say. Next week, I think... Let me look at my calendar. Okay, next week we should be good. Next week, I will be playing Tears of the Kingdom on Wednesday, hopefully, if things go well. Thursday, I think we'll take a quick break from Genshin and we'll go back to Honkai Star Rail because the story did update recently, and so we'll check that out, I believe, now that we're caught up in Genshin's main story. So, I think that's where we are going to call it for today. Let me head over to the end screen real quick and see if if I gotta thank anybody before I head out. Let's see. Let me just double check some things. Come on and load. Okay. It looks like you'll think I got a Victor. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Now that I think about it, the next quest could center around Child. It could possibly, of us trying to like help him, you know? What about Lenny's story quest? I do want to get to it. Don't get me wrong, I do want to get to it. But I do want to look at Honkai Star Rail's story as well. I think I saw some people, I mean, I haven't checked. I think I saw some people say that the quests that got unlocked in this newest update is actually shorter than what we have gotten, possibly. So my plan is I want to get caught up on the main story of both, and then if there's extra time, we will deal with like character story quests or companion quests. Did it update? It did update. It updated this week, I believe, actually. Yeah. Yep. Man, can I just say, this is off subject. I mentioned before, in terms of Star Rail, there was a character I really wanted, Locha. He had a banner, and I decided to not wish on him or use my tickets because I was like, well, I'll just keep saving up. I'm sure I'll be fine. But then I got to use him in like a trial event, and it just made me realize I was so much more excited to use him than I was like Blade or other DPSs. And it just made me realize that, man, I really should have gotten him. Whenever he gets a rerun, I want him so bad. I wonder if it's finally on PS5. I haven't seen an update about that yet. I think it'll be in the winter when we'll finally get it. Anyway, is my outro music that loud? I'm gonna just lower that for now. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna head out. No raid because it's late for me and I need to head out. So my friend keeps hounding me about it. It's fun. I like it. Hopefully it'll come out soon so that you'll be able to play it on your own time. I really hope it will. Just as the same how Genshin got announced how it was supposed to be on the Switch, and yet we haven't heard anything about that. Only that, yeah, we're still working on it, and that's it. Hopefully one day it'll be out. So that's the plan. Next week, Tears of the Kingdom, and then Honkai Star Rail. I would like to get caught up in the main story. And once we're caught up in both, we'll either do events or character story quests and companion quests. All right. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I'm gonna leave. Have a good weekend.